September song? Wake me up when September ends. How many
Wake me
September
up
songs are there?
before you go.
Now
That's
we're
the
just
one,
playing
right?
like some kind of like weird association game.
Yeah.
And the only song I can think of would Go. There's a Riley Kylo song, Rilo Kiley song called Go Ahead. Which is better than if I just said Blink 182 Go. Because then
Go.
that's the game. That's when you end a word with.
Yeah,
with
you would.
in Shiratori. You lose.
You lose? You don't win?
No, I don't know. It's our game, I guess.
Seems like there's
It's
nothing
our
to follow that
shitty-
up with.
Our shitty game. No one
Means
wants
I
to
lose.
play. We both. Everyone loses
Everyone
for having to
loses.
listen to this conversation. In
Welcome
the game of Fire Emblem.
To Fire Emblem, everyone. We're back with these guys, eh? What is going on?
These guys are good. They
These
got all
guys are
kinds
good?
of stats. Then they
Stats are good.
take hits and then like deal damage back.
They don't. Well, they don't always die in one hit.
Oh fuck! 51 damage to Boyd.
Up a cliff.
Like the I don't know how crits work in the sense of like, do you have to roll to hit and succeed and then roll to crit and succeed at that, right? Like the odds of dealing 17 damage in the first place is probably pretty low. Like he probably would have like just had enough to triple to 51 to kill him. So to have just enough power and then to roll on that chance to hit and that chance to crit was just shocking, so to speak. But he's dead now, and we're gonna move on without him. The war continues. Binyan, the Apostle, is totally secluded herself. So it's the Senate running everything, and they're assholes. So they call on Dane to join the war and attack the Lagoos while they're retreating after they agreed to give them
A
few
3-day
days to
ceasefire,
retreat
yeah.
peacefully. Yeah. So here we are. Here's the Dane folks. And this is exactly where you were on the previous map,
Uh-huh.
playing as the other side. But now you're going to jump over to the Grail Mercenaries. So if you were trying to get the super secret scenes about certain characters that reveal some of their backstory or whatever, you would have had to have, first of all, like, had specific characters, support, and then transfer your data over from the previous game. Bring them into this game, and in this map, you have to bring Ike and make him fight the Black Knight and survive.
Oh, what?
I couldn't believe it when I found out, like, the ridiculous things you had to do. And, like, how did anyone ever find out? Maybe someone data mined the game.
Like, there's no way our Ike would survive that at all, right?
No, I don't think so. We can see our stats are pretty much, they're pretty close to maxed on the key stuff. I don't think we have max defense.
Oh, trying to sneak in there? What?
Mordecai's in too. I don't know about that.
I don't know. Mordecai's our guy, man.
I don't know if this is the same Mordecai you once knew.
No?
When he transforms, he gets 20 speed.
Ugh.
34 defense is pretty sick. .23 defense. Can't tell if Nephany capping these stats is like, whoa, she must be so good, or it's like, or her caps are like low, and it's a bad thing about her.
Yeah.
I mean, 26, 27 are pretty reasonable caps. Swordmasters, their whole thing is skill speed, right? So, them being 30. He's capped 5 stats, huh?
Uh-huh. He's good to go.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't get levels anymore until he promotes and then his caps change, so... We don't get to get the guaranteed battle experience level up of HP magic luck.
These guys level up to 30? 40?
40, I think, but 40? I don't think you'll ever hit 40. You'd be lucky to hit 30 on anyone, I think.
Alright. Fight!
What are we actually doing? Survive for 12 turns. Yeah, that's the other thing about this, is that you don't have to do anything, but in 12 turns you gotta get Ike all the way fucking down there. And that's fun. They're equipping, like, the things you had them equipped with.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so I think I can go over and talk to Jill and, like, recruit her to the Grail Mercenaries and take away a really good unit from the team that really needs it. Yeah, I was talking a little bit about it, Dark Eye. Yeah, you have to... Oh, it's Har that recruits Jill? Okay, that makes sense. I think it's New Game Plus, and you have to transfer a save over. I don't even know how that works. Can you transfer into a New Game Plus? Like, you have to beat the game, then beat the previous game, and then transfer, and then start New Game Plus from the And then you get, like, 2 extra scenes or something.
Yeah, at least there's no fog this time.
Yeah, that was a problem. Look out, it's one wyvern. I muted for a sneeze there, and then sneezed horribly into the microphone, and then the thing on Discord popped up. It's like, you're currently muted right now. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, thank God.
Dragon Supremo, that's right. Okay, how could I forget? Boom, 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 boom. You know what? If you really wanted to bring Mordecai, if I had noticed that Oscar was in, I would have said you could get rid of Oscar and put him in.
Oh, Oscar.
Yeah. He's fine. But if you want your special guy, but then Titania wouldn't have the Oscar support.
Oh, that's right.
some birds. Oh.
Hey, giraffe. Those aren't just some birds.
I apologize. The king's eyes and ears. Dun, 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 dun. Alright, you can talk with Ike or Racing, and they'll join. Or you can just not, and they'll join automatically in the next chapter.
Oh.
But they're going to be doing whatever they want as green units.
And that might be bad.
I mean, if they go off somewhere, like you're going to be on foot following them through the swamp and they're just going to fly over it.
Zap zap.
The movement range between Drago Supremo and everyone else is just comical. Blocking. Oh yeah, speaking of those old SNES Fire Emblem games, would you believe it? The ability to even do a double attack at all, rather than just being baked in to the game, was like a special skill that only certain units had.
Yeah.
And basically everyone who had it was really good.
I can imagine that part.
When I played it like I played through like half of it before I got tired of its bullshit. But I was trying to figure out like what's going on? Why aren't I double? Why can I've got more speed. I don't get it. Why aren't I double hitting? It just did not think. And like if there's like a text description or something when you mouse over it, but it was kind of vaguely written, you know. Every single map, you deploy units from like your main fort, and on that fort, you could just go in and fight in an arena, and just fight like increasingly difficult battles for kind of a lot of experience. You can also just straight up die.
In your fort?
Yeah. Or do you die, or do they kick you out with 1 health? I can't remember. Definitely other Fire Emblem games you can just die in the arena. And you don't know who you're fighting either? Yeah, SNES drops you to 1, okay. So like you don't really know like what the matchup is gonna be until you commit to it. So sometimes it's like, oh, it's a sword master. Oh, he crit me, I'm dead. There was a moment. The moment where I decided I'd had enough was when I approached a fort that I was supposed to take, and as I crossed like an invisible line or whatever and set foot in front of the fort, it was like the last unit of my turn or whatever, and no less than 14 enemies appeared all around the fort and surrounded me. And I was just like, you can't reinforce an entire army in front of me during my turn. It's not okay.
So what's happening? Can I just go murder Edward?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, it's safe? What? They
Just
retreat.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
Oh, that's no fun.
I definitely didn't mess around with any of that. Their durability is real. You could put a thing of paper mache up and put a sword in its hand, and it would be about the same durability as real Edward. You got speed and defense?
Hell yeah.
That was a nasty hit. Micaiah wasting a physics staff. We don't even have one on the Dawn Brigade.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Where's he going?
Where's he? I don't know. If you could... I mean, you put Ike all the way in the front line, so... it'll be a little bit tough for him to reach Bulky or whoever that is. I think the lighter one's Janaf, actually. Yeah. You can tell them apart.
Barely.
I want to see Ike's stats. I want to see if he maxed anything. I want to see it. Ooh, he's still got room to grow. God, he's got 30 skill cap and it looks like 30 speed as well.
Uh-huh.
With 27 strength that he's hit, and it's already at 20. Wow. Ike's good.
He's good?
Unfortunately, Ike, once he hits 20, is not able to just, like, level up again and promote. He's got a force
cutscene thing, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're gonna be okay, right? She'll just dodge everything. She'll just dodge everything.
That's what she does. That's her thing.
That's her whole thing.
Back to back.
Oh yeah, Titania's a gold knight now.
Ooh.
Yeah, the tier 3 promotion bonuses were kind of insane. It was like +3 to 4 stats across the board. I managed just to chunk Gatry for 6 damage. No wonder he did so much to Nephany. Oh, Gatry. That defense was not maxed, sir.
Dang.
Dark Eye, you should have seen Boyd. His level ups were fantastic. He got like all his first like 6 out of his first 7 levels were all speed, and he was starting to double stuff even without a transfer bonus. He was great. And then
he was great.
A Thunder Mage from the bottom of a. God damn it.
Didn't even consider resetting either. So that's how it is.
I think it was like he kind of wasn't supposed to be there, right? Like he died in the other. Wait, is that Sahar coming after you? Whoa! Look out! Stealing new kills. God damn it, Alki. Yeah, it is him. He's like way up there, yeah.
Oh, he's got the wind edge on, dude.
I assume he could switch to whatever he wants.
Can he?
Yeah. If you attack him now, it'll be, you know, he'll still have the wind edge on, but on his turn he can hit you with whatever he wants to hit you with.
Mm.
The enemy will never just like switch hands. It'll never just like equip something and end its turn. It will only ever do it when it's choosing to attack. So there's some fun stuff you can do, like have a boss equip its melee weapon by getting in close, and like you survive the 1 round with it, and then you spend the rest of your time like you throw a javelin at someone and then you rescue them out of javelin range so he doesn't attack anyone at all. Probably Windsword that mage. I guess how much damage is he gonna do? It's got a 13% chance of it.
Well, can he not walk on water at all?
Oh. Yeah, I guess so. Really not the worst thing to like nerf cavalry in a pretty meaningful way, considering just how powerful they normally are.
Some people get stuck. Huh.
Vantage went off. It didn't matter. Alright.
Chop
I
chop.
guess Ike is just gonna smash as a Hark. Zahark's another unit you can like recruit over though, right? I hope he doesn't like auto change, just like he runs up and talks to you.
Ah, the reason for Mordecai.
This is weird, Ike.
No hard
No hard
feelings.
feelings. Smash.
Adept. Nice try.
But you couldn't double him.
Now we got the wind edge on, it's perfect.
I love the strats in the super routed out Fire Emblem runs where it's like, I need a javelin with 3 uses so that I double this guy and kill him, and then kill this guy with 1 and it breaks, and then I switch to this other weapon so I get the 10% chance to hit that I need to hit this guy. He's got 11
Just
points left on his meter, man.
A showdown up here, man.
He might get in trouble. Look how many guys are even left down there for Ike to kill, right, and get experience or whatever. Like, you could start having Ike back up, and then if things get bad, I think you can talk to Janaf and then recruit both of them at the same time, and then manually make Ulki do something that will not get himself killed.
I could.
Or you could just let it happen. I don't know. I don't really plan. I'm not going to advocate for using Ulki once you get him, so...
No?
Nah. I feel like none of the Lagoos in this game are really worth the downsides of not being transformed all the time.
34 speed? 32 strength?
Alright, that's better than I thought it would be. But it's not like amazing. It's just really good.
What's this?
And then when they're untransformed, they're Garbo. I think it's definitely good if you have like you have 1 Lagoos and they've got all the grass and all the gems and all the everything to just like transform as much as they want. Superior sword master. This is a
Born sword.
Beefy guy. No tricky ranged shenanigans from you, sir. I can't believe I get still 3 levels to go. It's too good.
Hey, Sir Nico.
Here they go.
Got him.
And then he's gonna untransform. No more of this ranged healing business.
Oh. Thought he had a little more meter.
It doesn't last long.
No.
And it seems to take a long time to build up too. Like because you literally you drain it every turn, and then you also drain it by attacking or whatever, right? So it literally drains faster than it builds, unless you're putting them into combat untransformed, and then that's a bad idea. Not doubling. Just crit. Just adept. Something. Damn it. Yeah, the double converse.
Yes, Ike.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No speed, no defense. Oh, they're coming in. Oh, he's actually got an HP cap?
None of those other guys moved, wow. Ooh. Like that.
Any of these, okay, he did Kanto away. Just looking at Mr. Bowgun guy on the island, as well as these mages possibly having wind magic, and just getting pretty nervous. Mia wants a battled experience level rather than a regular one, right? That's where she's at. Capped on skill speed and strength. So you'd probably get luck, HP luck defense. And you might get absolutely nothing otherwise.
Yeah.
And she's got 82 experience.
So don't send her in is what you're telling me?
Well, it's like one of two things. It's like send her in to gobble up like a whole level and then a whole bunch of extra change after that, which I don't think is going to happen. Or try to aim for cozying up to 99. If you want to get all particular.
Particular.
It's gonna get weird. You're gonna hit a point where like no one wants to actually level up anymore. They just want to get to 99 and then go back to base.
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess it'll just be Titania gobbling up everything. Good block.
I like the spin, dude. Flashy.
Can't remember if when he gets the Ragnell, if that's what he does every time.
Oh yeah. How we doing? 2 more turns?
Wow, sort of 3 more turns. This is the the third last turn right now. I think he's only level 12, and she just killed a guy and got like 20 experience. Like, it's like no wonder we're having trouble getting people at level 19 up to their next level or whatever. He's really getting into it. I think he could probably do it. Yeah, you can't even heal him before he goes, too. Dang. Alright, time to find out how much experience this guy's worth. I want 13 or something. Oh. She can't get into any fights at all. Like Rayson's getting hit by this wyvern guy coming in. Rayson? That's not his name, is it? What's his name? Rayson is the Renulf. Rayson's the heron that we didn't bring.
Yeah. What's actually going to happen here? Are they just going to throw ranged weapons at him and he's not going to get to fight anyone? Good dodge. Ooh, he got a ton of meter for that, huh? Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah, it's a lot of guys, but it's also Ike, so that's fine. They can't hit him, and when they do, it's for 6 damage or something.
Good thing we found that second sword for Ike.
Mr. Longbow over here.
Yeah, this is the Ike show. Uh-oh.
The Ike show is over. Intermission. Everyone, please leave the building. my ribs. Good try, Edward. Mr. Longbow's Leonardo's replacement. Get the fuck out of there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I don't know. You could check Ike's stats. Like I feel like he might survive a round. It's mostly about does he get doubled. Also, if the Black Knight like procs Eclipse or whatever, like you're dead. You're just it ignores defense and does ×5 damage, so he hits you for like 150 damage or something ridiculous.
Meg replacement somewhere?
Oh yeah.
What would that
definitely
even?
Probably that big guy right there. Level 9 steel blade guy.
Oh man, what do they drop?
He's got 30 speed. Okay, so he's not gonna double you, just barely.
Got 56 attack.
And you've got 24. So he'll hit you for 32. So you can survive at full health as long as he doesn't proc any of his bullshit.
Yeah, he's got like multiple bullshit, doesn't he?
So I don't know if Nihil's affecting anything that you have that would help you survive or whatever. He's got 25 crit, and your luck is probably not 25, so he'll have some chance to crit. Yeah, you've got 16 dodge. So he's got a 9% chance to kill you, and then Eclipse is probably like skill divided by 2 or something. And he's got like 40 skill or something, so he's got an additional 20% chance to kill you that way. But I guess if you want, you can just hit that battle save and like eat a vulnerable.
Just check it out.
Just for fun.
Just for fun.
Yeah, the Dawn Brigade is they're basically just the army of Dan now, or a part of it. So Banyan, who is their ruling nation, their sovereign nation. I think that word is the word to use, but I don't know how to use it. But they, you know, Dane's basically like a big colony of Banyan or something at this point. So they're like, we need you to come to war for us. And they're like, damn it, all right. Suzerain. That's a word. Which way does it go? Who's the suzerain of who? A sovereign or a state exercising political control over a dependent state. So Banyan is the suzerain. Suzerain.
Let's go. I knew it wasn't over.
Oh. He let you go just so that you could get better, and then he would beat you.
Black Knight's cool, dude.
Which makes it extra funny that we actually died to him. Or didn't, well, we didn't die to him, but we lost. You did it.
No damage. Today is not that day.
This was dramatically retconned in the localization. No, what was the original? Can you even get away from him now?
No.
You're gonna need like a rescue or something. And Ike's a heavy boy too. I don't know. You might be able to have Ranulf shift next to you and then rescue, maybe? He says that Ike only fought a hologram of him due to a warp powder malfunction.
What?
Oh, that's so stupid.
A warp powder malfunction.
I love that they're just like, that's too stupid. Let us come up with something new.
Oh god.
That's one of those things where like it was like, you know, they had 5 days left to finish the script or whatever, and a guy sits down and he looks at the whiteboard behind him and it just says like warp powder malfunction underlined with like 5 question marks, and he just sighs. He's like, I don't got anything better. Where the fuck is warp powder? To be fair, he does use warp powder. That's how he teleports around. That's already been established. Japanese fans recommend the overseas version. Thanks. Yeah, I wonder if this will work. See, oh, you can just rescue anyway? Oh no, he's rescuing probably not Ike there. He can do it. And then you check the movement range of the Black Knight.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good. All right.
I think we could have been good anyways.
I mean, if he did, I think he can do Eclipse at range, and I'm sure he can crit at range. Ranulf was holding a guy, and he still didn't even want to hit him.
Provoke?
Oh yeah, probably. Any other games where the US version's considered superior? There's probably plenty.
Probably. Can I think of any? No.
Yeah. Well, like, so Mega Man 2 has 2 different difficulties, and one of them is exactly the same as the Japanese version, and then one of them is something else. It's easier. So it's just more options. I don't know. Majora's Mask had some good changes. Everyone's watching. Definitely not on the same team here. Someone goes to war for you, and then they come back. You don't be like, why didn't you win?
Right? How dare you lose the war?
Oh yeah, narrator guy's gonna talk.
The
Spin a
diversion
yard for
created
us.
by the Grail mercenaries allows the Lagoon's alliance to slip successfully past the Daein army's blockade. Yet General Zelgius and his central army show no mercy and continue their relentless pursuit of the Lagoon's alliance. The weakened alliance is forced to a hard choice. They must pass through the northern edge of the Serenus forest. From there, they will try to make their way to a hidden road that will lead them out of Benyon and back to Gallia.
23 hours, yeah, it's been a long one. We're still on part 3.
Incandescent glow. Yeah, and there's still, I think there's still like a pretty good chunk of part 3 left. Auku Caves. We don't want to go there. Complex maze, lava ash. Are you really proposing we take an entire army through these caves? Like, I just remember that cutscene where there were all those cats. Remember all those cats?
It was a lot of cats.
That's so many cats. You're just gonna single file through through the death cave? It would take like 5 days. Can't let you do that, Star Fox. Commander-in-Chief.
Wee.
That's the confident laughter of the commander that you really like to see. I want to hear the narrator guy say Kauku. Oh, here we go, Mia. We want HP defense. Fine. Unless 40s are cap, I really don't think so. Oh, Dark Eye thinks it is. I trust Dark Eye, but I am gonna look this up.
You can't even tell in the game.
Well, it's always green, so
Yeah.
it doesn't really... Yeah. Let's see. Sword Master... Oh, it's 40 HP? So she's
There
just
you go.
guaranteed to get those 3 stats every time you do a battle experience level up. Here's speed defense for Ike. Basically guaranteed. Basically. He could come in with magic or res out of the blue, I guess. How about Halberdier? 45 HP is her cap. Strength and luck instead of defense. Dang, Neffany. Her strength cap is 25. And defense is 24. We want to see defense here. Ah.
Strength.
He got strength. I don't remember how heavy the books get. I don't know if 14 is like already overkill.
It sounds overkill.
Yeah, but I think some of the books are like ridiculous. Let's see. Fire, Wind, Thunder. Wait. So like Rex Flame is 13. And then the big long range tomes, like Meteor, that's 18.
Ooh.
Volting is 19. Blizzard 17. Oh, hell yeah. Bing. If Mia were to get a magic luck res level up with no defense, I would throw something. Even if the Lagoos like were just like really good or whatever, I would still not like using them because it's so unpleasant to like get a level up and get like 2 stats. And they get the level up so infrequently because they gain so little experience. Mia doesn't got a buddy, huh?
I think it was Boyd, yeah.
You could break up Neffany Braum, I guess. And go Neffany Mia. Unless you want Braum in, but you gotta make an effort to bring him up to speed. No defense for either of them. Dang.
Yeah.
Not a good support for them.
I don't know about that support either.
No. That's more of like a role-playing support.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there they go. 23 avoid. How random. Don't talk me, I'm angry. Boom, got her. Don't. I think that one does like some kind of debuff. Enemies within a 3 square radius have their accuracy and critical rate reduced by 5. It's not bad. No more fucking Elf Thunder mages getting away with their small chances to crit. Phantom Thrust.
Just make me even harder to hit.
Sure, you basically want it on anyone who's going to be up in the mix of things. It is funny to imagine it on this, on any other character. She's probably the only one who's like smiling brightly in her portrait. Daunt.
Uh-huh.
How we doing on weapons? There's a
Not
couple of these
great.
weapons are running thin, huh? How we doing on money?
Yeah, that's the question.
There's $4,000. I don't remember like getting new stuff. Like I don't remember thinking, oh, here's something to sell. Shanon's down to literally just a crossbow. Okay, never mind. Seven one. There you go, Shannon. We spent half our savings on this bow.
Yeah. Not even cool stuff to buy.
It would just be taunting you anyway.
Got two of these now.
That's the thing that Valug has.
What does he have?
Wild Heart skill, the half shift thing.
Oh, the half. Okay, yeah.
What do you think the incandescent glow is?
The glow of lava?
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh.
Why do I always get stuck with these awful missions? I distinctly remember flying high around this map and just killing everything. Renoff's here again, for some reason. As your advisor, I'd say Ulki and Janaf are better than Mordecai or whatever, but also
They're so much faster.
They're not like a whole lot better.
These bars don't go up very far, man.
When he transforms, he's got 36 defense, and that's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
Oh, but Racing, though. That's a good unit.
It's the lock stat.
the bar goes like all the way past the number.
Uh-huh.
I forget when Titania promoted, did she get access to something other than axes? Oh, she got swords.
Yeah.
It didn't. I don't remember seeing it like pop up though.
No.
Like, da-na-na-na.
Or like you could choose or anything.
Yeah. So a Blade Paladin... Oh no. This sucks. A Blade Paladin who goes to Golden Knight gets axes. That's great. A Lance Paladin who goes to Golden Knight gets swords, right? So Golden Knights end up with axes and swords. Getting swords is not good. Axes are best, lances are kind of second or whatever. Lance Paladin turns into a Silver Knight and gets bows. But the Bow Paladin gets lances, and that's cool. I think it's basically just Astrid. I'm kind of surprised we're doing so poorly on money. Like, it's not like we've you know, there's been all this stuff to steal, and we're just not doing it or whatever. So maybe you can tell that
nowhere to get money, really.
Yeah.
It's hot. Bad squares.
Yeah, the red stuff. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. There was that robe, that one robe where we brought the wrong person and got
one
meaningful
robe.
Backstory for characters instead of useful items.
One robe we would have used anyways and not sold.
Maybe. I don't know. We're hitting our HP caps on a lot of characters, right? Like, it would have been great to have on Mia, but she's capped. And Nephany wouldn't be bad. She's set to gain 7 more levels and only has 6 more HP left
Ryan
to
raised
gain.
to promotion via the lava. Oh boy. That's dirty.
Uncharted levels of dirt, of grime. It's a shame. If Gatry hit that hit, this would have been the one to break the javelin on. I guess it's a good idea anyway, because you're not doubling him.
Mm-hmm.
like the music. It's giving me the Findrana Drift vibes.
Yeah, a little bit.
I did at the start of that sentence, I did a lip smack, this music. There's a Magic the Gathering streamer / content creator who does it a lot when he is doing his like solo stuff. When he's streaming, not so much, but when he's recording something all on his own, it's just like a tick he has that I've noticed, and now that I've noticed, it drives me crazy.
Yeah.
Shoutouts to Newmont the Nummy.
Boy can use crossbows with no bow skill? What? That's kind of wacky.
Huh. Oh, that's why, because the enemy guys we see with the crossbows are always warriors, right?
Oh.
One health. The lava's not stealing our kills. Got like 17 tabs open on this Sereness Forest website. They just stack up. And then I've got dictionary.com open to the meaning of suzerain. Go Riz. That Ike's movement isn't bad either, huh? I can't tell if he's got one more than the standard foot unit has. You didn't have to hand axe that guy. You could just canto away from that nasty square. Soren still not doubling. That speed cap is just a real problem, huh?
Big problem.
It's so close. Just a couple more points and he'd probably be a much better character. That mage is gonna do something to you. I don't actually know if like Ranulf is weak to fire when he's untransformed. I don't think he is. I think he's still weak to wind, though. All right, free dodge, free meter. That low health guy is just booking it, huh?
I mean, wouldn't you?
I would have brought a vulnerary. I don't even know where he's going. Like, I don't know if there's like a guy back there who's gonna heal him, or if he's gonna try to trade someone for a vulnerary back there.
I don't think there were that many people with vulneraries.
No. I wonder if the boss has something, some healing item, if a AI unit will like run up and take it off them and heal with
Go
it.
all the way to the boss.
Levels like this are always so silly, because the AI does not do anything to avoid these squares, and then the player obviously does, so it's just like a big advantage for you.
Uh-huh.
But you just can't even kill that one weakened armor guy, huh? Double. Speedy Gatry, that's what they call him.
That's what he's known for.
Well, this has been just a buttery smooth level so far. It's just been questions of like, ooh, who do I want to get the experience? That's it.
Uh-huh.
Just don't quite have enough movement without moving into a cloud of guys on the other side. Counter. All right, you're completely uncapped, Titania. Go. Nice. Well, it's okay. I don't think the caps go very high. Let's see. Gold Knight. Gold Knight sword is different. Okay, Gold Knight axe female. Yeah, so her strength cap is 34.
Mm-hmm.
35 skill, 33 speed, 30 luck, 28 defense. She's got a lot of room to grow for speed, at least. That's nice. But yeah, like, considering you get 20 more levels to get, like, 5 or 6 stats or something, like, it's just pretty likely you end up capped again.
Doesn't get this guy.
Those guys are beefy. Does he have another square to Kanto and leave that square empty? Nope.
Nope. We blocked him off, though.
Nope. I meant just like someone could come in and finish him, but then I realized everyone's already grayed out.
Everyone's too far away.
You were doing stuff while I was looking up stats. Yeah, or you could just take 10 damage. The lava does some like wild critical, just melts his entire left arm off. There it
There's
is.
the Von
You
Ray.
found it. Ouchie. What a weird crew we've got stuck up here.
Yeah. I thought we'd need more people, but they're kind of doing it.
It's because everyone in the Grail Mercenaries is good. Even your worst units are like Gatry trundling around with like 24 speed and 27 defense.
Man, I'm gonna burn through like a second heal staff. That's crazy.
Riz is level 10. He's actually a great candidate to use one of those crowns on right now.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, promoting to the third tier is not as impactful as promoting to the second tier, where you know, you go from, you either unlock staves or you unlock the ability to actually attack people with magic, or he's not going to suddenly get a horse or anything when he promotes. He'll get a nice bonus to speed and defense, probably.
Ugh.
No. That Steel Grand Lance might just one-shot him, though.
Yeah. Okay.
Staves?
Too much. What's wrong with that?
What, stabs?
Staves?
Dictionary.com lady, when I click the speaker. Staves. Staves.
And staves.
Don't tell me you think it's staffs.
Now that would be
Sound.
nonsense.
That's no good. Staffs. I didn't notice dictionary.com grades words. This is a middle school level word that Ashmir has gotten wrong. Arlo Stevens. Also, dictionary.com, just because they have the word dictionary as their URL, doesn't really make them the authority. I'm pretty sure there's more prestigious dictionaries out there. I learned it with Staves in middle school reading Redwall. Nice. The boss is on the move. Look out. Oh no, no, Nico. He's been on and on and on about how a shepherd's pie with only beef is not a shepherd's pie. It's lamb in the shepherd's pie that makes it a shepherd's pie, and if it's just beef, then it's called a cottage pie. It's really funny to kind of come at him sideways over a nitpick with that. Yeah, he's not. I think if I dictionary.com this one, I think he'd be in the right.
But what level is cottage pie?
Is it even gonna be in there? It's 2 words technically. Cottage pie, noun, British, another term for shepherd's pie. No clarification offered on dictionary.com.
Ooh.
It's the same thing according to dictionary.com. Now Oshmir's really got a problem with this website. Recipe.com, is that a thing? No, it is not. XP for Nethany. Oh, shit.
Lucky.
She still has room to get strength and defense, man. Oof.
Check your DMs.
Yeah. The difference is in the meat. Shepherd's pie should only be named as such if it contains lamb. And cottage usually applies to one made with beef. I didn't say you were wrong about this one. Dictionary.com said you were wrong. I'm even gonna dance for Mia. The next time you see the editors at dictionary.com, like at a box social, you're gonna run into them. Look at this spooky guy doing dark magic.
Ooh. That hurt? That would have hurt.
Wow. Yeah, Ike's amazing, but his res is garbage. If only someone could heal him. If only Riz wasn't just hanging out.
I brought him.
Here. Yeah, you could drop him and dance for him. A convention for people who write dictionaries and thesauruses. Yeah, probably. Soren use, Daves? That's a good question.
Negative.
Nope. He's a Wind Sage who turns into an Arc Sage when he promotes now. And he'll get staves. Rank E. So maybe he's a better candidate than Riz to promote with the crown. Dictionary Society of North America has biennial meetings. NeoCAD99 says, "Good evening, Jorth."
Good evening. How's it going?
Good evening's a phrase that when I just see the words in my head, it's like Vincent Price or something with like a good evening. Hi, I'm Mythical9. We do co-op streams together sometimes. There's a lot of guys here.
Boss wants
Boss
Ike.
wants Ike. Who are you?
Knave. Dawn. Oh yeah, how'd the Mysterium thing go?
Yeah, I didn't get a chance to like play through the whole game or whatever. So I was like, uh-oh, this might be bad. But it went pretty good. I read ahead through the game facts guide, and that got me there from like a knowledge angle. And it was pretty fun to like I could duck into the voice call of the players all working together, and then we didn't have to guess at like what they were thinking, what they were doing. It's almost like in a sports broadcast or something when they cut to the woman on the sidelines or whatever.
Look at all these guys taking fire damage.
I guess the boss could just like die to some lava.
Yeah. That's possible. Yeah, Ike's really good.
The really good part, well, yeah, Ike is really good. The good part about the Mysterium stream was that it went well for the players too. Because I was playing along with the guide, so I was like pausing to like reread the same paragraph over and over, and like, where did I leave off? I forget. It's telling me like go left, right, left, and I was like, did I go left, right, left? It was slow. Turns out it's slower than 4 people working together and just playing the game normally.
Oh, really?
So I was like, I didn't really get that far in a certain amount of time. I don't know if they can do it in 3 hours, and then they totally did.
Cool. Ooh.
It's nice when it just adds up. Ooh, it's not so nice when a guy plugs you for a quarter of your health right in the forehead. Just stapled that bandana right to her face. Speaking of staples to the face, this is good. Remember when I watched like 200 clips of that QI show, and I was like, I'm gonna remember facts and I can bring them up. I remembered a fact. It's really good. There's a guy, a researcher. Don't remember his name. I'm not that good. But his whole thing is that he wanted to document the painfulness of insect bites and stings.
Oh yeah, I've seen. There's like a whole show about that where people do it. They've done what he does.
Oh wow!
It's like the Kings of Pain. Yeah.
Well, that's probably got a different sort of feel to it than the original guy, because what he would do, first of all, he would give it a number from 1 to 4, and it would, he would do like 1.2. It was like a lot of degrees between 1 and 2. And a 1 is like a soft peck on the cheek. He would describe it almost like people describe wine, right?
Yeah.
It would be like a slight summer kiss with a hint of rosemary or something, right? Like,
Sure.
and like when it gets up to 2 on the scale, it's like, this really fucking hurts. Oh wow, hold on, yeah. So he starts Archer and then goes Sniper, and now we're gonna see what the ultimate evolution is.
Let's go. Got a green cape.
And a shoulder pad. Marksman. 2 strength plus 4 magic. Sweet.
Sweet. Perfect.
Yeah, he went Archer to Sniper, and now we're finding out what he's going to. It was the big reveal of Marksman. So 2 hurts. 3 is like really bad. Like like you're gonna be incapacitated. You're probably not gonna be on your feet, right? It's a problem. And 4, the absolute most painful thing is a bullet ant. I don't know what about it is so painful, but they call it a bullet ant because if it bites you, it's like you just got shot. The imagery he was using to describe it was like molten fire running through your veins and stuff. Did he actually let somebody shoot him?
Just to compare.
No. He was willing to go far for science, but I don't know if he'd go that far. I saw a picture of a bullet ant. Like, it just looks like an ant with like little thornies on it. I don't know what is. Is it poison? It must be poison that is the thing that. Really...
Venom, yeah.
Levels for Ike. Speed defense.
Speed?
Yeah, whatever.
Why did this guy come up here, man? What was his plan?
I think his speed cap is 30. Yeah. For it really shouldn't be. Like, he's got fucking Myrmidon skill and speed, and warrior strength, and like general defense. Like, it's crazy. I don't even want to think about bullet ant level pain. Just got shot with a gun level pain that like doesn't go away.
No.
My body's weird. I've got a pretty high pain tolerance for stuff like impacts. Like if I fall down or something. Like nothing. Like I barely feel a thing. I've been playing soccer or something, and like I was like full speed and then like went down hard, right? And like went into a roll and like rolled for a couple meters or whatever, right? It was bad enough that everyone stopped playing the game, right?
Okay.
And then like I got up and didn't understand why they weren't passing me the ball now that I had stood up. I was like, "What? Let's go. What do you? What? Like it? I didn't even realize why everyone had stopped. It was just such nothing to me. But if I have to cram my feet into skates that are a little bit too small for me, the pain is excruciating. I cannot handle it at all. So it depends. Different kinds of pain, I suppose. Look at these asshole armor guys just hanging out, blocking the lava. You could have cantoed away, and then you could have shot him with your boy, Shannon. Does this game ever end? Are they making more of it while you play? Yeah. Yeah, it is. It's pretty long and grindy. Ooh. I just realized now that Ike's capped, you don't really want to like get experience with, like you don't really want to fight with him anymore. That experience just doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's inefficient.
Ooh.
Mm.
How long until we can use him again?
Yeah. I mean, you can use him obviously, and you will use him. But until I start getting annoyed, stop being annoyed by it rather, I don't remember. If I had to guess, it's the end of part 3? How many Fire Emblem games have we played? We both played 7. Which Jorf played once on a madcap Marcus-based adventure where only the strongest survived and everyone else fell like flies.
Yep.
Whereas I've replayed 7 like 4 or 5 times or something and know a lot about it. I've played 6 and 8, and I've played 9 and 10 twice. And this is Jorf's first time playing 10.
And we just finished 9 together.
Yeah. Oh, and I played 12, I forgot. Or Awakening. Is Awakening 12? I always fuck this up. 13, yeah, okay. No, you didn't play 6, did you? The GBA one with Roy?
I think I did.
Oh, did you? You definitely didn't get the true ending, though. Where you gotta collect, you gotta go to every side chapter and get all of the special artifacts and then
definitely
keep
not.
all of them through the end of the game. Something like 5 people were alive. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was even worse than 7.
Oh, I bet. It's a much harder game.
Mm-hmm.
Much less forgiving.
Deadeye.
Deadeye.
Ooh.
So basically every skill that you unlock when you get to your top class is just like, this guy dies. It's like...
And put the enemy to sleep. What, because they're dead?
But probably, yes. Marksman has 2 to 3 range with regular bows. I completely forgot about that. That's very cool.
That's crazy.
Does the longbow go to 4? You did it.
I did it. I guess I can Renolf did it.
I like they don't even have him be a cat. He's just kicking him in the back. Yeah, the class skills are kind of silly. You went the wrong way.
Oh, Land of the Dragons.
You don't have to fight them, Screamer. You can just talk to them. I guess they never really went over like what the Laguz Alliance looks like, right? Like we never saw the king send in dragons to come help with the fight, right? So maybe there's some bad blood going on between some of these cats and dragons.
Wow.
Through the caves. Ouch. I don't know, man. I think we could be like Wesley in the fire swamp. We're like, we know where all the squares are. We just step around it. We'll be okay. Neutral. Whoa. Ike's really bringing it to him. Nasir's got our back. Also, he's alive. All right. The Lion King.
The way he did a 180 with that sword out real fast. It's dangerous.
Spins the other way and Renolf just gets cleaved in two.
Goldoa, the land of dragons, lies secluded in the southwestern corner of Tellius. No foreigner, Laguz or Bjork, is permitted within its borders. The Alliance emerges from the lava tubes and into Goldoa by accident.
The lava tubes.
The dragon
Yeah, that's a different thing
is
than just a cave.
trespass. However, Ike's former companions Nasir and Ina appeal to Deginsia
Voice
to allow
acting
the
is
passage of the
happening.
Laguz Alliance. Raisin's actions during the last war earned them the grudging respect of King Deginsia, who allows them safe passage.
Deginsia.
Meanwhile, Benyan calls off its pursuit of the Alliance and finds its passage into Gallia blocked by the nation's great mountains and deep forests. The Central Army's momentum breaks upon these obstacles like an ocean wave against solid rock. Senator Valtome arrives to take command of the Central Army. He orders Zelgius to march on to Gallia by way of Crimea, observing diplomatic protocol. Valtome petitions the Queen for passage, as well as supplies
now they're getting
and
in it.
additional troops.
What's her move?
Valencia, however, goes against the wishes of the Crimean nobles and resolutely denies each of Valtome's requests. Her reply enrages Valtome, who sees Crimea as little more than a vassal of the Empire. Ignoring Zelgius's counsel, Valtome orders his army to enter Crimea and take whatever they need from the villages along the way.
Yeah, we're really jumping back to the Chapter 2 crew.
Jumping all around.
Lucia with the short hair. This is really bad for Crimea, right? Like this to basically use force against the army of Banyan when you're already so crippled from everything you did to even get your own country back just 3 years ago.
Yeah, I think we're gonna have a rough time over here, dude.
Oh. Oof.
Oh,
Check the convoy. I think you got like a speed wing or something in there. His inventory is full.
speed
Yeah, there it
run.
is.
There it is.
What the heck happened? So we found out that crossbows are really strong in this game when Marcia was on the front lines. And that's where she went down. Kieran went down to something stupid. It was just like, he was just alone in a corner and it was like, oh, this bow guy does more damage than we thought, I guess. And that one shouldn't have happened. I don't remember this chapter at all, by the way. I don't know what we're in for. The Dawn Brigade fighting the Laguz, I remembered very clearly. That map, I think, is kind of notorious.
Mm-hmm.
But this one did not register with me. So. How are we going to win? Luckily, Fire Emblem is a game where one strong unit can do everything. And Joffrey, whatever his name is a pretty strong unit.
And we got Vedan. Devin.
Can't even say his name. Him and his 16 defense. You got Rez? Alright. Makalov. I guess his stats aren't all that bad.
Astrid. Oof.
Apparently she's good in this game if you get her, not only get her levels, but like also get her promoted, and she gets lances, and then she becomes a real girl. I don't know what you do for the 16 levels until then. Although it is easier to get away with using an archer when she's on a horse. You can like run in and poke someone and then canto away.
Mm-hmm.
It's got so many items. There you go, buddy. I think Khalil had like 2 long-range tomes that she chewed all the way through, and then also now only has 2 left on Meteor. Oh, it was Path of Radiance where she was good. Okay. I know it's a silver Great Lance, but I really like the idea of a sliver Great Lance.
Sliver.
Anything good in the convoy other than the Speedwing?
No.
Knife bow.
So Lance. Wodo.
Yeah, I was pretty down on the Great Lance at first, but then very quickly you have enough strength to not get slowed down by it, and then you have enough skill to still have a 100% chance to hit with it, and then it's great.
Do we have any money?
For example, because there's a lot of enemies where she doesn't
We got a
quite
little
get it
bit of
done.
money. Yeah. She's fast and not strong.
Right. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
It's
You
my
could
blade
get
pal.
Makalov. That's my pal.
That's my pal.
You could get him a
Forge?
vulnerary instead of an herb. Or, yeah, you could forge stuff too.
Huh? Like he needs it the most.
19 strength. 19 strength. But he's got like a silver Great Lance. Yeah, him and Astrid are probably, not going to be able to... I mean, definitely aren't going to be able to one-round enemies.
What's this?
An Adept Scroll? Oh, that's weird. Yeah, that puts up a little barrier
What?
for like a couple turns.
That's
so
weird.
If there's a bottleneck or something, you could block it off. It's pretty rare that I've been like, oh man, if only I had a shine barrier, right? And then Adept's just like a pretty good skill. It's tough to use though, right? Like anytime you'd really want the extra damage.
Yeah, you don't want to like rely on it.
Exactly.
Just sell this.
Yeah, those are not very good. You know, you've probably noticed all your guys are at like basically capped weapon skills. There's probably some good cases where like, when Soren promotes and gets staves at rank E or something, you could bump it up to C so we could get physics stab, something like that, but
how many times though you've been like, man, I just want if I just had a Reaper card.
To launch a 8 damage magic attack that keys off of some random unit's 4 magic stat or whatever.
And I guess we can't forge.
Yeah.
Buy a silver sword?
That's cool. Steel Blade's not that much worse than a silver sword. That's wild. This game's wild.
Mm-hmm. Silver bow's pretty strong.
Yeah.
Oh, it needs bow A. And we just sold the arm scroll and she's only got bow B.
Oh, really?
I think so, yeah.
Funny.
Well,
I don't think getting her up to A bows to use a silver bow on this one chapter would have been a great use of that arm scroll, though. But it would have been a use of it, which is, you know, something.
Right. 10 grand!
I guess it probably makes sense that the queen is not coming with us, but it sure does suck we don't get to use her.
Master Crown?
I forget which one that is. No, Master Seal is to promote from the first one. So Crown's to go to the 3rd tier. If you really get stuck on this mission, you could have Joffrey use the crown, and then probably he would be destruction. Mordecai. That's war.
Wow. Where was the racism?
No, Crimea's the good guys.
We got all this money and just like, I don't know what to spend it on.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, I think these people join up with the other people in the end, and I think everything gets pulled together. I think.
All right, well, break time.
All right. It sounds good. We'll put up the waterfalls. We'll get a drink, maybe a snack, and we'll come back in a few minutes to take on this chapter with 5 units, I guess.
Stay tuned, everyone. We're back. At least I think we're back.
I'm back. And that means we're back.
We're back. I like this idea, just buy Adept, and you can give it to someone else later.
Sure. Forget if it triggers off of skill or speed. Speed percent.
Speed?
Yep. It's gonna be like about the same across the board, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And basically anyone who's gonna be doing a lot of attacking. Hard to go wrong.
For Crimea. For victory.
Let's go. It's Rourke.
Who's this?
I guess he retreated. It's fine, Jorf. Our superstar from the first game. He's gonna go on to have a long career as an officer.
Great.
Highly respected.
There's almost like just as many yellow guys here.
So I guess we got a map with like some houses.
Houses are good.
Get stuff.
He's not fast enough.
He's not even doubling.
They got 22 speed.
They are sword masters.
19, 50.
The unpromoted guy is level 15. Yikes. Or 15 speed, rather. Too bad you don't know the Brave Lance trick. No, I've never heard of this. You like swap out the weapon like real fast, and it for some reason does the Brave Lance double attack with a different weapon.
Yeah, this is one of the better songs.
you give his Brave Lance to someone else before you leave his group to control someone else, he has a fresh new one in his inventory when you return after some of the gaps. Oh, I see. Oh. Yeah, I was gonna say the doors weren't open on these houses, so yeah, this makes sense. These aren't houses to be visited, these are houses to be saved. I'm gonna go ahead and guess you get some bonus experience if you prevent houses from being burned.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that you're right.
For every village that's not on fire, up to a maximum of 6, you get 1,000 experience.
1,000?
For everyone that is on fire, up to a maximum of 6, you get 100.
For everyone that is on fire.
I don't know why they didn't just give you 900 if you save it, but okay.
Yeah.
Or no, I guess that would just give you less overall, though. They would have to bake in however many houses times 100 into the clear bonus.
That was a lot.
Yeah. Because she's promoted level 4 and she killed like a promoted level 5 guy or whatever.
Oh, Wodo.
Wodo. Someone else get in there? Can Khalil get in there? Well, Meteor can get in there, I guess, if you want. Other than that, it's going to be a yellow guy who runs in, takes your kill.
Oh, they're putting it out.
To find out what your guys are made of. Well, they're pretty good. Well, I guess that is like a lowly soldier guy. So I don't know what the deal is with these houses. Like, if you don't get to them in 3 turns, then they burn down, or you know.
Yeah.
I also don't know like who is a dedicated like house burning guy, right? Like, it's clearly not everyone, or they would have just all burned the houses immediately. So.
Yeah. Darkeye's got his hand up. Yes, yes, Darkeye.
There's
special hidden class. What?
Just got a different menu option.
Trogdors, the Burninator. Burninating the countryside.
Village. Jorf, are you a Homestar Runner guy? Did you like watch those in high school or whatever and think they were great?
I thought they were okay. I don't know if I'd say I'm a guy.
Yeah, I never watched them back in the day, really. And then, like, going back to them after, it was just kind of like, eh. Don't really see what the big deal is.
Yeah. Yeah, they're a thing of their time, for sure.
But it's a shame because I feel like I missed out on this shared experience. So there are so many people who I gel with and just kind of like generally feel like we're on the same wavelength. And then they'll be way into Homestar Runner when some kind of reference pops up or whatever, and I'm just totally not.
Really?
And it's like a wedge has been driven between us.
I don't think I've met anyone that's like way into it.
Anyone in chat? A Homestar Runner person? Homestar Runner guys, they did a lecture at college.
Tertiary Homestar Runner.
You were a Homestar Runner. You ran the Homestars. Tifa's definitely a Homestar person. She's gonna say it like that.
Yes.
Are we sorting people? We're arrowing people. We're gonna do whatever we can to people with the
We're
units
verbing
we have.
people, man.
Verbs are everywhere.
That's a Homestar thing. Arrowed.
Yeah, it is. I only know because there was a game where you were Trogdor burning stuff, and then when you got shot by an arrow, it said arrowed. The other thing I know about Trogdor is the song in Guitar Hero 2, the bonus song. There's the Trogdor song in there.
Okay.
And the Trogdor comes in the night!
Yep. That's the one.
Whoa, we got like Squiggly and Wiggly over here. Oh, Squiggly's going for it. Go Squiggly! Go Squiggly! And it's like, go Squiggly! Squiggly wins! It turns out that song, there's this, at the end of the Squigglies, it's just like a super fast, you gotta strum the notes super fast. I think they're like 16 times a second is how fast you gotta go.
Ooh.
And it turns out it's like, for the most part, faster than the game is able to actually register your inputs. It turns out. So it's you got to do some like black magic to actually full combo the song. It was eluding people for years on the Score Hero website, trying to be the first person to slay the dragon. They said.
And then is there a happy ending to this?
Yeah, they did it. It's been done a few times, I think.
Is there like a trick to it or something?
I'm not sure. Part of it was luck. Part of it was if you play on the PAL version, the different frame rate let you get more inputs in. Like it was like kind of reasonable to do on a PAL system. Still incredibly difficult, but within the realm of possibility.
Yeah, the healer's always doing the math, man.
Everything that isn't that steel Great Lance just looks so bad in comparison to the silver Great Lance.
Yeah.
I guess it's steel the first time.
Oh, he's got a javelin. Alright.
Stab that fool.
Sliver. Adept!
I think I've only seen one instance of Adept proccing and being like, oh, that made a difference. In this playthrough, anyway. It's tough to use. You got to be mindful of it and like kind of plan your turn around your adept users. Like if you really want to get the most out of it, you use them first and you see how it goes, and if it procs or if it doesn't proc, and then you adjust accordingly. There he goes. You did do that battle save, right?
I did.
It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. Can't believe he gets to regen 20. That's ridiculous. Oh. That's a bold move.
Just to drive by.
Oh.
This is a bold move.
You were gonna get 20 next turn, man. You could have healed this guy. Oh, he's just
What?
burning.
From behind? I don't even know how to put him out. Is there like a certain square you gotta be on?
Yeah, the AI did it for us last time, huh?
Yeah.
I bet it's any of the squares in front, and then maybe any of the squares behind, and then the sides is a possibility, but I'm doubtful. I don't know why. That's why I think that's how it is. I'm not basing that on much of anything. That's my intuition.
Gamer instinct.
Screw the superhero army bullying my entire squad. I'm setting this house on fire.
There goes that one.
It did go down.
Guess you could have like climbed up and then got it.
Yeah. 0% chance to hit. Nice. And because you're standing there, the AI's like,
all
well,
just
I'm close to
bunching
her.
up, yeah.
I don't want to go further away. Oh yeah, Marcia would have been pretty good here, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
I can't believe we didn't recruit Har and then lost Marcia. Who else even flies? Like, there is Jill. Is Tanith in this game even? You've got, oh, there's the birds, the bird lagoos. Oh yeah, Sigrun and Tanith are both in the game, aren't they? And Alencia flies too, yeah. Oh, he might be able to get away with the Iron Great Lance on the kill against this.
Can't extinguish a man attack though, right?
Oh, maybe.
Maybe?
Maybe. Nope.
Nope.
I thought I remembered someone doing something to a torch and then attacking. Maybe I made that up though. What's the deal with Largo and Khalil? They like share stats in some weird way. I forget in what way at all, but in some way.
Oh, this guy's healing.
Oh. Okay, wait, he went back. They share transfers. Oh. So wait, if you had like perfect Largo and Khalil in the previous game, you can get like +4 to every stat on Khalil in this game?
Oh.
Okay, you didn't double her. Okay. Yellow guy finally goes down, but he put up a hell of a fight.
There's a lot of guys popping up here.
As these houses burn down. It's 1,000 experience if you save that house with Joffrey, but then you're not fighting any of those many guys. That's a kill, isn't it? So is this. Is this the Babby's a previous game? Oh, we didn't even check the guy. His inventory. These are the actual units from the other game. This is 3 years later. Same world. Basically everyone from the previous games here. Except Largo.
Oh, there's so many guys.
Yeah. You can back Makalov up to like the edge of someone's range, I guess. Yeah, Joffrey also probably could have just killed the boss. Remembering the units that died, we would have had a different playthrough if that was the case. I don't remember all who died. A lot of the Grail mercenaries died. Titania died in the final chapter. Mist died. Soren died. Boyd died. Leth died to the Black Knight.
Right.
She was hanging out in the backyard and he popped out of the house. Yeah, we went for a more Iron Man style of playthrough on that previous game. Riz died, uh-huh. You gotta be careful with her. One, two. The guy's on the right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, if that guy's got a javelin, I think you gotta go to that square. And then you need this guy to not have a javelin.
Oh, they're taking the square. It's a good square.
No, nope.
Oh, the heal.
Look him on the left. Good night, Nico.
See you.
Nope, this guy's going here. That's good.
Jeffrey.
Level for Jeffrey. Boom, level for Jeffrey.
Boom.
18 doubled. Nope. He's holding on. Have you seen the Tetris clip?
Boom. Tetris
for Jeff.
Yeah.
Apparently, it's become a full-on meme in the Tetris community to the point that now people are tired of when commentators say "Boom Tetris." Someone messaged me on Twitch to say 16? They're putting together. Well, that was nasty. The Canadian, like, wing or whatever of the Classic World Tetris Championship.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if they're interested in having me as like a player or an organizer or a commentator or something. And I forgot about that until right now. I didn't get back to them or anything, so I need to do that because I've commentated NES Tetris before with Maurice on the Mystery Funhouse channel, and we organized like an amateur tournament, and it was a ton of fun. I would love to do more. But I'd also be a little nervous because I'm really not too plugged into the whole high-level Tetris community, right? So I would be a little bit out of my element. I wouldn't even know like who aside from a few of the very, very best players, I wouldn't know too much about a lot of the people, strengths and weaknesses and stuff. I would have a lot to learn probably. And also, like, I'm not bad, but I'm not a max out player or whatever either, right? So I probably have all kinds of gaps in my knowledge and stuff.
A lot of things are happening quickly now.
That's interesting. I know the rolling technique became a thing. I don't know how much that's caught on, or if it's just the dedicated few. I do know that there's been a lot of stuff happening though. Like I would see like a new record pop up or whatever, and it would be someone I've never even heard of. So like there's just so much new talent who are getting up to that highest level. I wasn't really paying attention to what you were doing this turn, but whatever you did to have Joffrey in the corner at 1 HP on was probably not the correct decision.
Well, it was just bad. I don't know. It's bad. Just dodge it. Just dodge everything.
Oh my god! There's still like 2 more guys.
He's good. He's gonna dodge it. Shit.
What did you do?
They got him.
You battle saved is what you did. That must have been what you were like, whatever. I saved, he'll just dodge. This is like 2 turns ago.
Yeah.
Like, here's a different outcome. No, you can't quite
Can't even do it.
We're in a new timeline. You saved the house.
It's a completely different timeline.
Yeah, so I guess you didn't battle save.
No. Well, because things were kind of bad and I wanted to go back even like farther.
Oh, okay.
But Jeffrey was up here with like 4 guys on all around him.
Yeah, when that first guy chunked him for 16, that was
Yeah, that was the kicker. Okay, here this guy can like go all the way around and get Astrid. And that's why I went to get her. To get that guy.
Yeah.
And I guess that was fine.
It does mean that these guys on the right go up and, you know, it becomes 8 guys on Joffrey instead of 6 or whatever.
Might not go up this time though. Jeffrey's kind of farther away. Yeah.
Nice.
Is this guy still dead?
Yes, definitely. Well, he's in the grass, so he's got a ghost of a chance, I think. Should have held the ledge, yellow dude. I almost said held the yedge, yellow dude.
The edge. Red leather, yellow leather.
Red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather.
He's done it.
Well, the last one was a little bit of a letter instead of a leather, but yeah. That one's not too bad. Tongue twisters aren't fun to do when you're streaming though, because like I can do it and I can either do it or I can fail. and then it's like, all right, chat, your turn, and then they just like type it 5 times. Like,
Wow, very good.
they don't even have to type it; they can just copy paste it. That's 2 unnecessary adept procs now. Come on, Khalil. I guess Astrid can pick him off. Ooh, wait. She's in kind of a tricky situation where we're like running out of squares. Maybe if she
Run out of squares
kills the
for
guy
what?
and then takes that square he's on, but then yellow guy's gonna like run off, do something stupid. Makalov's kind of in trouble.
What are you talking about with the squares?
Like Astrid is like, even if Astrid runs anywhere, I don't think she can get somewhere where she does not get attacked, right? Currently, she's blocking the guys. From that square, that guy can, one of those Lancer guys can definitely hit her. And like, I guess if you run all the way around the corner and like down the stairs, I wonder,
Ugh.
No, that guy can still get it, right? So, you know,
just
that's
corner
something
square?
to consider on this turn. Yeah, if you kill the guy, the swordmaster at the top of the ledge, you can take that square, and then like maybe, I don't know, it gets tricky. Or you could just, okay, Makalov can stand at the barrels south, I think is probably better. And I'm assuming he's going to be able to take a hit from one of these halberders.
Cool. No speed.
A lot of stats. Yeah, of course he just stepped aside and exposed Astrid if you were trying to hide her on that square.
Of course.
No crit.
Oh.
Ooh. This is okay. I mean, he could have probably hit crit and killed her, but this is okay. Joffrey not being able to double really sucks here. Oh, he wanted Danved. That sucks. But I think he did steal the boss's healing item, so that's neat. I guess that is a thing.
Yeah.
Probably should have killed this guy on the left. Because Makalov can just like hold that square and you know you're good. This guy up here, he's a loose cannon. Yeah, you got him. Still love that sound.
It's a good sound.
It's a hand axe for someone to use.
Ah, yes, the herb. Come a little closer. Oh. Perfect.
He didn't even back up.
He missed everything.
That hurts.
This guy's back.
Is this the 16 damage guy?
It might be. It must be.
God, they just keep coming.
Just get rid of this guy. Do they not, like, reburn the houses? I wonder.
Yeah, I don't know. Now we're in a situation where it's not even easy to like chip at these guys from behind or whatever. Oh no, I guess you can wind edge and then Kanto away and then Astrid can get in there and throw something. Any of these guys got javelins? Oh yeah, he's got a heal too. But he can kill that guy.
Oh,
So this
man.
is why I was asking about javelins, because if no one's got a javelin, then you could probably just kill him if you want. Yellow guy.
Okay.
Healing was the correct move. Holy shit.
Oh. Let's go.
All right. I guess that could have been pretty bad if he crit that other guy.
Mm-hmm. Can't even kill these guys with the Brave Lance.
Yeah, I feel like Jeffrey got like a 1 or 2 bad level ups. He only gets a few, right? He comes at like level 16 or something.
Yeah.
And just like didn't get the strength or speed to hit a couple breakpoints here. Iron Great Lances. Oh, shoot. I'd just hang out in front of him with a steel blade, probably.
Whoa, though.
Attack? Oh, longbow.
We haven't had a longbow for so long, I just forgot they were a thing.
Yeah. No. 8.
Where is he going?
No, we didn't get back to this house. Dang. So I wonder if you have to like have the house not be burned at all, and that's 1,000. And these ones that are charred, that's 100, and the one that goes down completely, that's 0. There's a bonus experience.
That'd be pretty silly. Astrid's getting some numbers, but like not attack numbers.
Yeah. And as an archer, that's like kind of all you care about. You didn't even want to hit that guy before you backed up?
No.
Boss.
Does 14 back and is just enough to kill him.
Thrilling battle over here. Final level, Joffrey, make it go.
Yeah.
Poke fight. Poke him good. Yeah.
Yeah.
The superior poker. Don't want to blow this in the last few moments. Tangling with these guys, you really don't need to. He's really quick on those 2 javelins, huh?
Yeah, 1, 2.
Boom, bam. Everyone has to work so hard to get these kills, and it's 8
experience.
Uh-huh. He who pokes the last poke. Oh, here we go.
Oh, perfect.
He's actually only got a 26% chance to hit her. That's kind of funny. Not that he's gonna get the chance.
Is that like the most experience you can get?
100, yeah.
100.
In fact, it was probably like super overkill.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh.
forgot about those. I haven't checked that once this whole stream. Let's see what we missed in some of those other chapters so I can moan about it. So when you were controlling the Dawn Brigade, there's a Brave Bow in the grass there.
Ooh.
And then this Spirit Dust. Yeah, those are the only things.
Wow.
Other than that, it's just a couple coins here and there. Yeah, on the last possible chance on the first try. Pretty lucky. There it is.
There it is.
Suzerain. How did this guy get here all the way to the capital? Did they cover that part?
I guess we just let him in.
And Zelgius is here too.
This guy sucks.
Yeah, I know why the Banyan army is here, but I meant why is the Senate leader? I guess he's their general now or whatever. Why have they specifically made it all the way to the castle? Those are two big asks. Oh, she called him here? Okay. Yeah, that's the part I missed. I figured I missed something. Something going on with this apostle, Jorf. Do you think when you open the door, it's going to be like a Weekend at Bernie situation? The apostle's going to be there with sunglasses on the throne?
Yeah.
The Senate's got like strings hooked up to her. They're like, yes, we're going to war with the Laguz.
Leaving the border villages between Crimea and Gallia completely undefended. The Benyan's central army crosses the border once more, but Crimea makes no move to march against it. Valtome sees this in action as a sign of Crimea's capitulation to Benyan's demand.
Capitulation.
The Benyan forces occupy the Crimean castles and forts on the border with Gallia and prepare to launch their attack. The Laguz alliance finally makes its way back to Gallia, but word of Benyan's approach allows them no time for rest. The news that Gallia's ally Crimea has allowed Benyan to travel.
There's a lot of like military
to the Laguz alliance.
realism, I want to say, for lack of a better word, happening here. Like in a lot of games, it would be like you march on the bad guys and you go there and you get them, right? Like
right.
But here it's like, oh, they get the upper hand. You got to retreat. You retreat through these tunnels and end up here, and they follow you on this other path through a nation that has like a different allegiance, and they got to negotiate. Like, I appreciate that part of it at least.
Earth's Mountains.
Earths, don't it? The big king is here finally. The regal trumpets are softly playing.
Exactly.
Who could it be? Oh. I didn't think they would give the question marks to someone who was just on screen 30 seconds ago.
Right.
Ooh. But if it was Nyla who said it, that would have been surprising. Look at them all. Oh. It's Gifka. Look how fucking wide this guy is.
It's a big guy. Amazing. Doesn't Renov have one of these? He's already got one.
You didn't have the heart to tell him. It was just such a nice gesture, you know?
Yeah. One for each hand.
And for each paw.
How do I even use those?
I don't think he's... I think you gotta be level...
Is it 30?
Do you gotta be level 30?
Oh, it is 30. Look at all that experience.
Last change. So I think this goes priest into bishop into
Saint.
+4 strength. Sweet.
Sweet.
4 defense is pretty nice. Still only 17 speed. Oof. Oof.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, he does get a skill.
Oh yeah? He has Corona.
Dang, tough break, man.
That's a weird level up.
Gatry, he can't fuck around anymore. He's gotta nullify their resistance. So it doesn't even do extra, it just cuts through the res that they probably don't have very much of. That's terrible. Having the hit rate is kind of interesting, but I'd probably prefer if they were just dead. Gatry's got 3 level ups left to get before he caps his levels, and 3 defense points left to gain before he caps his defense, so he can't fuck around anymore, is what I was saying. It's go time, Gatry. So honestly, we're getting to the end of part 3, and then part 4 is like where I think where the gang all gets together pretty quick, so like you're gonna hit a point where like you're gonna have, you know, 13 deployment slots, and there's gonna be some pretty good units who are left out probably. Defense.
Magic.
Avoid is pretty massive.
Still have no money. Look at all the grass, dude.
It's a shame too, because those Satori signs would probably be worth like a lot of money if you could sell them.
Right? Are we gonna get 4 missions done in one day?
Yeah, I'm good for one more. I guess when you got no money, there's not much left to do in the base. You can look at everyone's weapons and be like, wow, you need a javelin. Too bad. If I didn't know any better, I'd say she was here to like break up this fight and like try to impose peace here. But then like it's the start of a battle, so
It's a
that's
little
not
late.
what's gonna happen.
Whoa.
He's fast. Whoa. He is a king after all.
Ooh.
Whoa. A lot of deployment slots. Mordecai's here. Hulky's here. Ranulph's still forced into the party.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, at this point it's basically like, I don't know, is there something to steal for Heather? And then it's always Big Bron. Because like, I guess you could, I think you can steal if the, whatever that guy had. Vulnerary. If you can get to the Purge Tome guy before he switches, you can take his thing. Yeah, so the guy who has the heal staff, the physics staff, I think if you can get to him before he heals someone, which is going to be really hard, because with the physics staff, he'll heal the first guy who gets injured anywhere on the field and run over and heal him.
Yeah.
Then you could steal it. But as soon as he uses it once, he's probably not going to switch back. And then it's tough. Because you can only steal whatever is unequipped. Though... No. She's still out there, huh? Makes sense. See ya, Steel Great Lance. A lot of guys over there.
There's a few guys over there.
Strength.
There's a few.
I kind of cannot believe how many guys there are. You've got racing to dance for someone if you want to get them further up.
He's just the one square guy, right?
Yeah. If you had bought some of that Olivia grass for him, he could have been chewing that, and then he could transform and dance for all 4 people around him.
Yep. The answer's always money.
But this is a route map too. You gotta kill all those guys. Morty's here. Alright, who gets the dance? Should be someone, otherwise, like, Janaf might, or Jalki might straight up die. Someone who can take a hit, yeah.
Lucky!
Great. Hey, Dark Eye, what happens to the NPC versions of all the Crimean Knights if they go down up there?
Speed
Classic
strength
Shannon
defense.
super level.
He's a good character.
Yeah, his stats are just absolutely bonkers. If only he wasn't stuck using bows.
They retreat.
Cool. Except Valencia, yeah, that makes sense.
Wah 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 wah.
One. That's disgusting. He's an archer.
Yeah.
Four? Here's Joffrey. She didn't attack or heal or anything, huh?
Yeah, what?
She did throw down her weapons in the cutscene. Does she just not have anything?
I'm gonna have to find out.
I would have liked to have seen her move much further, even still.
Has no weapons. Oh, see a meteor.
Lucia's here. That's fun.
Haven't seen her for a while on the battlefield.
She's probably not very good anymore.
No.
But whoa.
12.
Yeah, warriors with axes. They got some might on them. Steel pole axe. You could soften them up for someone else.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like the armor knights are not going to move. You don't even really need to heal Shannon this turn, huh?
No.
When you put him up there, I was like, yeah, he'll take some hits, but he won't die, right? We'll patch him up, or we'll move him back, or whatever we got to do next turn. But we'll put him in harm's way, and he'll weather through it, I'm sure. And then it's just, yeah, he did weather through it. It was like going through the car wash for him. He emerged a better person, squeaky clean on the other side. Or something. Deadeye crit. Eh.
Ooh. I don't know if anyone else can even get in there.
Mia with her Michael sword against a bunch of Lance guys who will poke her ribs pretty bad if they do get her.
13 hit.
Needs procs and stuff to crit.
And this is before Daunt, right?
Yeah, that's true. You know what? That's probably fine. You can just battle save it and just go. Nice. You got racing too.
For who?
Yeah, it's a bit tough. Nethany might be okay. It's like, I'm wondering how many people can reach her if she finishes off the axe guy, right? And if it's enough to be worried about her.
Seems like a lot.
Like 4 guys. And I bet if they all hit, she doesn't survive. But it's probably pretty unlikely that all of them hit her because she's so dodgy.
Hmm.
And I'm not sure if the extra square matters, but you could kill him with a javelin from further away. That's a 42% chance to hit her. That's kind of scary. A lot of those guys have axes.
Mm-hmm.
This is why it's hard to say Nethany is like a top tier unit. She's just a little bit too frail. And offensively, she like doesn't quite get there sometimes. It's so close. If her caps were higher. Oh yeah, this is another thing.
Nice
Definitely
kick.
bait some hits. Oh my god, he got doubled. Holy shit.
Ah, shit.
I think that's a game over. Yep. The Lagoos, man. They're just, they just kind of don't get there in this game. Okay. The double dodge.
Your turn.
Thankfully, those guys don't have Kanto, so they're gonna just stick in front, and now no one else is gonna hit these birds. You can't hit me. Oh, they're coming up here. Okay.
Huh.
Spent that whole turn worrying about Nephany and she didn't see a single bit of combat.
Oh.
Oh, here we go.
One single bit.
Which is exactly what she's best at, right? Take a 1v1, patch her up afterwards.
They hit her?
Sword guy, Langdon hits.
Oh, they're all gonna get healed. Or not.
It was nice of Joffrey not to use the Brave Lance. There it goes. That's the second use. And I guess she might still have it if she missed. I don't know how that works actually, if those tomes are special. Big Bad Gameathon starts in 5
Friday?
days? Yeah. Friday or is it Saturday? I think I've got the schedule up. Oh, it is Friday. Friday at 4 p.m. Marathon of bad games. I'll be commentating Aramath's Flintstones for the DOS run. Dino Lost in Bedrock. Jorf, how did you find that game?
I was just playing some DOS games, like online on a web browser one day. Just going through them, and that one came up. That's about it, really.
Yeah, because I was thinking, I was like, I gotta come up with something to talk about for for commentating this run, because it's not, the gameplay is not gonna be riveting and speak for itself. And so I was going with something along the lines of like, usually when a bad game, you know, comes your way, there's someone to blame for it. And in the case of Aramath and I, it's Jorf who we have to blame for finding this game. And then from there, I would want to talk about where you found it and how these games have a tendency to like make their way around a community. So as it kind of spreads, as people be like, look at this horrible game. It was just dumped in some online collection. Okay.
Yeah, not much to say.
That's good though, because it's like you're the discoverer, right? Like you're the primary source now. I followed the trail all the way to its end. And just look at all these guys down here.
A lot of guys down here.
Oscar's here, and like he's not gonna kill anyone. Aw.
Aw. Gotta get him in the blockade.
There's just so many guys, and I know like whatever clever thing you do here, like probably you're gonna have to put Shannon in the way, and then they're all just gonna hit Shannon, and he's not gonna fire back, and that's a kill.
I kinda wanna just kill this guy.
Yeah, that doesn't seem like a bad move. I was looking at that move. Finally chewed all the way through that steel to pole X. That thing did so much work. 'Cause she was a little bit low on strength.
Yeah, she's had that. Was it like the whole game?
I think so. I think it's like a 40 durability, really high might weapon. It's funny, the stuff like the Iron Blade and the Steel Blade in Fire Emblem 7, for example, is garbage. It's horrible. It's super heavy. You don't get to just have a high strength to offset the weight. it barely does any extra damage. The hit rate is much worse. But in this game, the weight and the hit rate don't matter nearly as much, and it has a pretty significant power boost.
Huh.
If Janaf moves, does that mean Riz is in range?
I think it does. Yeah.
What's this guy got? A bow?
Steel lance.
Nice. 17 speed. 19. 17.
Yeah, well.
Untransformed. Oh god.
Might as well just leave him there, I guess.
Yeah, he's a better candidate to take the hit. I really doubt Mordecai's got enough defense to just like absorb the hit without transforming. It's got 18, I think.
Mm-hmm.
The guy's probably got 18 strength before even factoring in weapon might. You've got to dance for someone. I guess you can just dance for Riz and then move Janelle. And Riz can heal Alki.
It's weird the basic heal staff is just like enough to heal everyone to full anyways too.
Yeah.
Alright, let's see how this goes.
He'll be fine.
Oh, he's so fine.
I think those two armor knights would have chunked him for like 8 or 9 or something probably, but yeah, only 3 from these guys. I think he probably could have got hit by everything and still be fine. Or some definition of fine. How do you interpret what hit points mean in video games, Jorf? Is it like a bunch of nicks and scratches, or is it like you've used up like your luck, like dodging things, and then when the killing blow comes, like that's the one that actually like really gets you?
Yeah, I guess I'm in the nick and scratch camp.
Yeah. It's never like, you know, no, you've lost use of your arms or something, because you always fight back at full damage, right?
Uh-huh, even at
You
one
can still
health.
move just as far, but it's like you're really tired, and you're bloody, and you've got some scuffs on you. And I think the if you wanted to be really pedantic, like the origin of the word hit point comes from like strategy wargaming, like tabletop stuff, like measuring, taking out a ruler and figuring out the range of your guys and stuff.
Oh.
And in that, it's a hit point is like the number of shots you could take like from a tank. So everyone has 1 hit point. But I think there it was like a. Eventually, it became like, oh, you know, it sucks when all my guys die in 1 hit or whatever, and it evolved to become that sort of like the chances, like it was like the luck factor, like oh, stuff was missing you, but one too many shots came your way, and this one got you. There he goes. He's doubling. Look out.
Look out! Just keep putting more guys down here, man.
The Myco sword is not enough. She needs a crit or something. This mess down here is a prime example of why archers are just not that good. All these guys attacking Shinon with no counterattack. They're fine units, but it's a huge limitation they're working with. If you're gonna kill that guy, like, you should probably just... These armor guys don't move, right? Like, so... Shinon really shouldn't be standing there, specifically. Bang.
Hit 2, might 3. Okay.
See, this would have been the turn where you more or less cleaned him up, because then you could have cantoed into range of both of these Armor Knight guys, and then they would hit Titania, she would fight back, and it would be good, but then there's these 2 additional guys. There always seems to be 2 additional guys. I don't really know what the Crimean army is going to do, if they're just going to hang out. Like, if the AI is... They move to
If they're gonna get, like,
Valencia,
aggressive.
Yeah, and she moves to them and then they hang out, or do they march together now? Oof. The no experience Ike charging into like 6 guys. I hate to see it. I really forgot how good he was in this game. I'd love to see someone's fan art of Mia with the Daunt skill, standing on the battlefield with this, like, this bright smile, but, like, the dark aura behind it.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah, aggressive. Even Alencia's there with her no weapons.
Can I like command these guys?
No, they're green.
They're green?
You can
Only yellow?
Only do yellow and blue. Get killed.
We're the killing edge.
I didn't realize the Iron Lance was the same power as the Javelin in this game.
Yeah.
Sprawl. Oh, you can transform too. They're all ready.
They're all ready and just out of range.
Not racing though, right?
No,
God, it's so
not
slow.
even close.
Bang. Oh, they finally didn't add 2 more paladins down here. Just going nuts with this thing.
Yeah.
And I think it's like a stat divided by 2% chance to go off, I'm pretty sure. Skill divided by 2. I guess a lot of these guys don't move. The battle save is a fantastic insight because like there's all these things where I'm like, oh, I think like, oh, are you sure you want to move him in there? Like you might want to check like enemy movement ranges or like some attack defense values and see like how much damage I'm gonna get. And like, and then you don't, right? Because of course you don't, because it's tedious. But now when I see you drop these battle saves, like I know that you know, like, oh, this could go wrong. It's just that you don't care.
Yeah.
Passing this thing around.
I'm more worried about what our green guys are about to do.
They're gonna go crazy. They're gonna crash into that wall like a wave on a cliff. And like most of them, it'll be like whatever, but like Alencia's with them, right? Well, he just ran up there and then didn't attack? I don't know what to make of what's happening here. They're just gonna like clog up the whole area. Hitting him for 3 damage. It'd be good if you didn't miss this, Gatry. Nice.
Hey.
Yeah, he's like, he's not even that good when he transforms. Like, it's good, but it's not that good. And then when he's not transformed, he's a liability. Alright, Mordecai. Oh, God. I mean, that guy does have a lot of defense. And also, it's like, Mordecai is not slow, but he's not fast enough to double that guy, right? Like, if he wasn't doubling some other guy, you'd be like, yeah, well, of course not. But a big slow armor guy, you'd be hoping for a double. But he can't get there. 17.
Yeah, these armor guys have been like surprisingly fast in this game, though.
Yeah, but you're kind of past that breakpoint now, where like anyone who's fast is faster than 21 speed, right?
Yeah.
Even Soren will double these guys. The thing is that they have 17 speed now, but they had 17 speed like 10 chapters ago. That was what was kind of crazy. Let's go one guy down here. I want to see no crits so that Mia can kill this guy. Yeah. You gotta preserve that Michael. We're running low on the Michael, and there's not really anything in sight to replace it once it's gone.
Mm-hmm. Preserved.
'87 is perfect to leave her off, ready for another battle experience level up. For that guaranteed defense, juicy. I can taste it. It tastes like iron. It's not very tasty, actually.
Whatever.
I'm hoping Ranulph's meter doesn't run out on him in a bad way here.
It totally is about to, isn't it?
These Cantos are gonna... Okay, this is good. Lincia, what are you doing up there? That's good. Good thing that guy couldn't stand on that cliff, otherwise he would have got a hit on Olincia too. Longbow. Even if she hit, I think that would have done 0. No, heal Olincia. Wow. Oh, they got a couple. Okay.
They got it planned out. Killing this guy would be cool.
I got a couple guys.
One more?
Well, that was not a good exchange. There are guys who I'm sure did not get a chance to do anything. I looked at their color; they weren't grayed out. They
Yeah.
just fucking stood there.
Yeah. Oh, I just noticed these two guys off the map there, just looking.
Yeah. I think that's Senator Valtome.
Mm-hmm.
Valtome. Really weird to just see a mess of guys crowding the boss.
It's really weird to see this many guys just coming for the boss.
I don't think I've ever seen this many units on screen at once. It's like someone had a whole bin of figurines and just like dumped them out onto the table. They're like not even from the same game. There's like blue one, red one, green one.
Alright, you're done. Get out.
Yep.
Hey, you're done. Get out.
No more of that goofy healing nonsense. Oh god. Fucking hell.
Ah.
You know what's funny too? I'm not sure the AI is specifically programmed to go after her. I think
It was just
it
juicy.
just saw. Yeah, it was like I get to do bonus damage. It doesn't have a weapon, right? Like,
Yeah.
that's why, despite a field of like 30 different options, it was immediately this guy's going here to do this.
Ooh. They're like all bow guys too.
I don't think Mordecai can stick around here. 19 bar? Maybe. Maybe he's okay to stand there and get shot at 5 times.
I'm worried about Soren.
Sure. You can Riz forward and like race and dance and then get Riz maybe close enough to heal, but probably not even. And then even if he was...
Then Riz is in range too?
Yeah. So many of these guys are archers too, so even just, you know, covering Soren on those 4 cardinal directions doesn't really do much. But there's so many targets here, and he will hit them back with his magic, so maybe they leave him alone. Yeah, see, this time he heals, right? He prioritized killing Alincia over healing. Oh, he did get doubled.
Oh. And then they want the other guy. Oh, well, I guess he couldn't.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, green team, what do you got?
Good start.
Barely even tell like who is shooting who.
None of them heal Riz.
Yeah.
Who could have healed anyone but himself?
Are we gonna get like 20 HP from the staff too, though?
No.
No?
I think the physics staff restores a lot more than yours will.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Bye.
Oh.
Yeah, it's still a route map, so... Oh, I thought that happened because you killed the boss, but the boss is
No.
still there. Just like X enemies remaining or something.
Guess
I don't know
so.
how we saw this sea of blue and green names over here and waited until that moment to be like, you know, I don't think things are going well. Bird Bros. Oh. Low health, kill for Riz.
Yeah, what the heck?
Strength defense. Who are you?
It's got 15 strength. One more.
That simplifies things. She did it all on her own. No battle experience level up necessary. Strength
Ooh.
and defense. Not enough. Oh wait, where's Oscar? Is he around too?
He's
Where did he go? Ah, shoot.
done, yeah.
His support would have given her the 1 damage she needed, but oh well. That's fine. You got the Ike support. S-axes, I think. Unless there's like an SS. I forget.
I think there is. I think I remember seeing that.
Yeah. Execution. Anyone here even got the guts to do it? I guess he would have. If it wasn't for... I I'm guessing this is Sigrun and the Royal
Can it?
We finally get to figure out what the hell is going on with her. Yeah, well, we figured that much. Well, that went over well.
Apostle Soniki arrives without warning at the Central Army's main camp in Crimea. With a strength born of conviction, she exposes the Senator's vile plot to undermine and usurp her. Valtome counterattacks with a claim crafted by the Senate that the Apostle is a fraud who, along with her Prime Minister, Sephiroth, is attempting to deceive all of Benyan and lead them away from the goddess's graces. To the citizens of Benyan, the senators are chosen by the goddess and are worthy of the same respect given to the Apostle. As for the Apostle, her image is tarnished when the Senate imprisons Prime Minister Sephiroth in her name. An ever-growing number of Benyan citizens are willing to believe the senator's claim that the Apostle is an agent of evil trying to deceive them. So it is that the Central Army is divided.
I don't know if this is...
One camp believes in the Apostle, and the other supports the Senate. This new turmoil fans the flames of chaos.
I think they needed a little
into
something
mighty
to sell us on the Senate being able to do this. Like, so much of whatever is happening in Banyan happens off camera, right? Like, I hope at the very least we get a conversation where Sanaki's like, here's what happened. They locked me in a tower or whatever, right? And I was only able to escape just now. But even with, I think it would be nice to, I don't know, some conversations of some of the people of Banyan saying stuff about, like, where's the Apostle? Why isn't she here when we need her, right? I'm not so sure about her. Good thing the Senate's here. They're taking care of us. They just locked her up. And there was just nothing in place to stop this from happening. I thought they already got rid of that. No? I'm surprised Koenigus is so quick to go from war with Banyan to complete treaty. Alencia just joins in there. Yeah, all of us. Let's all do it. We'll all make a pledge. Are they gonna need, say, a general to lead the army? Oh! Oh, he went rogue.
Not again.
Not again.
That's it?
Class change! I thought we were gonna get it, honestly.
Yeah?
Yeah, when he turns around, his shoulder pad does change from side to side.
Wow. Money.
Oh, baby.
Hell yeah.
Oh, plus the money from Crimea, we've got like 30,000 gold.
Yeah, we do.
Look at them all. What are we gonna do with all these names? Actually, I guess... No, these are all the same names. There's no...
Danvid and Milklov.
It's just there were so few of them I didn't even notice.
Uh-huh.
Khalil's in there, yeah, they're in there, Astrid's in there.
They're in there. Oh boy. Yeah, Jeffrey's not here.
Yeah, I remember Jeffrey being like a part 4 edition.
Look at all this bonus experience.
Wow.
What
There's
do I
one for
do with
Mia.
it all?
At least one for Mia. Don't you dare skip out on defense on me, Mia. Okay. God, she's probably... Yeah, she capped res. She only missed out on luck and defense. And defense, I think she's probably like 1 away. Yeah, you could promote here if you want. Considering the bonuses you get, it's probably a nice option.
This horse doesn't know what's going on, man.
Bum, 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 bum. I don't know why they get 4 magic.
Yeah, always get 4 of the one that they don't need.
Yeah. Guaranteed HP defense for Soren is pretty nice. It's weird, the stat up items, I'm like, well, they're just gonna max it anyway, like, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
Here we go. What do you think a sword master turns into? This is kind of a mean question to ask because I don't think you'll ever come up with it.
Yeah, there's no way. I don't know, samurai or something.
I love this outfit though.
Ooh, fancy. True blade. Yeah, got me there.
3 strength, 3 defense. That's sick. She's released from her cap prison.
Who else are we going with here, man? Nephany?
I like Nephany.
I feel like Danved's an option for some reason.
He's kind of interchangeable with Nephany, I feel like.
Yeah.
But if I had to choose between that goofball with that fucking hair and the the nose and everything, or like someone like Nephany, I'm like, well, I know who I'm picking.
Yeah, sure, let's go.
I don't even know what's gonna happen. So just gonna go one by one? Okay. She didn't get HP.
Didn't get defense.
Oh, goddamn. Oh, she still needs strength too. Oof. That magic level up really hurt.
That's right, Twig.
Yeah. But it's still influenced by the growths, make it more likely that you're going to gain one rather than the other.
It's a big shield.
Yeah. Sentinel. 3 strength, 3 defense. It's a good promotion bonus. Yeah, and the cool thing about it is that once you cap one stat, it won't give you that stat again. So someone like Soren, for example, if he were to gain a battle experience level up, he can't gain any of these cap skills, so he's almost guaranteed to gain defense, which he would probably never gain if he wasn't getting a, if he gained a regular level up. So you can force feed some rare stats to units who wouldn't normally get it once they cap a couple skills. Which is kind of a cool part about this game in particular. I don't think there's any other Fire Emblem games where you can do something like that.
Is there a reason, like, not to... Not just blow it all?
If there's a Dawn Brigade member you want to take into your final team, or what, like Jill or something would be a pretty good candidate to dump a whole bunch of stuff into. Probably no one else over there would be at this point.
Yeah.
Unless you really liked him. Unless Edward's your guy.
Ed who?
He did it. He capped defense.
It's already a big shield. I can't even see him.
It's funny how big that shield is, because when he's just standing on the field, like he barely ever holds it in front of him or whatever, so you don't even really see it all that much.
Gold trim.
And some more capey stuff. Yeah, see here, 2 strength, 2 defense. Always +4 magic for some reason. Marshall.
We get some cool skills, Luna?
Luna's like a Eclipse. It's like baby Eclipse. Here's Astra. It doesn't fucking use up all your weapon durability this time, so
it
it's
doesn't.
not a... Yeah.
Wasn't it like half damage last time too?
Yes.
Now it's not?
No, it's not.
That seems really good.
It's arguably not as good as like Sol or whatever, one of those ones that just does like triple damage, because it groups it all into one hit, so their defense is only being subtracted once, whereas, you know, Mia's low base attack power is already having trouble punching through defense, and this skill doesn't help there. You just chip away like 7, 7, 7, 7, 7.
Yeah.
It's thematically in line with what they're all about.
4 times.
Yeah, just fucking stabs him super hard. Yeah, if you can give an axe to Gatry, that's pretty cool. If you really want, you could give a bow to Oscar. The javelin would probably just be better. Oh yeah, this probably should have happened a while ago. Oh, the shop.
Extremely powerful. 9 damage.
Yeah, 9's not a lot.
It's not a lot.
It does have a lot of crit on it, though. No, it doesn't.
No,
What the
it
fuck?
doesn't. Weird.
I mean, magic is like lower than weapons across the board because res is so much lower than defense across the board. But 9 is just really... It's not very appealing. You could use that crown on Soren if you want, and then he would get staves. Or you could save it for, I don't know, someone like Jill or something. If you didn't want to get her leveled all the way up, but you wanted her to still be sort of useful, like we did in the other game.
I like this.
Yeah, he misses out on like 4 chances to gain a force defense level up or whatever. That's about it. He's never gonna have enough defense where you're gonna be comfortable. Like, all right, you can take a couple hits, right? So like,
Right.
Arc Sage. Plus 4 strength. I guess he did get 4 defense, but it's still not enough. Look at his magic stat. It's already at
pretty
29,
high,
and
yeah.
the bar goes a lot higher.
The speed goes up a little too.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if in the end game he runs into that cap again and you get disappointed he stops doubling people or something. You're gonna need a heal staff for both Riz and Soren now, I think.
Well, we got the money for it. What am I doing with this?
And give it to Riz. You can repair... Well, it's probably too late to repair Ike's Eddard. Etard. I don't know what it is. I think he's probably gonna get Ragnell pretty soon, if I had to guess. You could repair Mia's Michael's sword.
Don't imagine you can just do that in town here.
No.
No.
Oh yeah, Danvid's got that adept skill, if you want to yank that off him and give it to someone else.
It's true.
No, Welsish has raided us with a party of 17
Ooh.
at the end of our end of stream chapter cleanup. We're
Right at
we're
the
gonna
end.
be in menus for the next 10 minutes or something, and then we're all done for tonight.
I hope you guys like menus.
Oh boy.
Do appreciate the raid though.
Yeah, that's very nice. Welcome. I mean, if they're here for Fire Emblem, then maybe menus are what they're here for.
Who am I gonna give adept to?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know. Anyone who likes to attack people.
Right,
It's hard,
that's the
hard to go wrong.
that's the question.
This is a pretty good menu as far as menu goes. Menus.
That's true.
It looks good. I like the sound effects. Move that cursor around. It's good. It's good sound.
Dude, can you add up to heal and like double heal?
No.
Dang.
We already talked about how the heal is like a full heal anyway.
Right. Just wondering. I don't know. Give it to Oscar. I feel like he needs some love.
All right.
He's only got 2 skills. Now he's got 3. Everyone else has like 4. Except Ike, who has not.
Shove.
Shove.
He's a simple man. While everyone else was busy learning skills, he was doing push-ups in the yard.
That's right.
Running laps and getting like 30 strength, speed, and defense.
I feel like I just buy anything now, man.
Oh.
Here you go, man.
If you went pure silver, well, that's interesting. Silver lances have 30 uses. I think like the bow was 25. Yeah.
Yeah.
And what's axes and swords? 30.
30? 30?
30. Okay. I was gonna say like they're more expensive and less durable, so you'll chew through them pretty quick, and then you'll run out of those $30,000, and then you'll be like, I got no money. There's no more. Where's the money?
Who knows when we're gonna get money again?
Right. It just comes in big chunks all of a sudden.
We forward something cool? Steel?
Steel. You could forge a good tome for Soren, right? Like that 9 might on the Thoron or whatever. Like, if you just bump up the might.
It's pretty much there.
Yeah. I wonder if the higher might on fire or something would be a better base than... I don't think fire's gonna get that much crit though. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's a lot of crit.
Oh.
Kind of.
Okay, it's just adding 3. Okay. And you get to choose the color of your book. I like a thunder book that's red like the fire book.
It's really red too.
They'll never see it coming.
Make it white. Oh, he's just got a healing book.
Healing book.
Oh, blow a coin on it too?
Oh man. Plus 2.
Plus 2.
That's sick. That's better than Thoron. This is Thor on and on. Thor on and on.
Got him.
What's that? What do you got? It's just a heal book.
Zap. Oh man, it's like a prank pen that zaps you or something.
Thorin, I heard you promoted. You can heal people now, right? Yeah, totally.
Alright, are we good?
Sort of.
Oh, it's heal staffs.
Heal staff. He probably could have held on to that. The staff is only going to regenerate like 3 health or something when he's got it equipped.
It's too late, I took it off him. Nothing can be done. No, wait, the stabs are like in here.
Yeah.
That just gives them both of them, yeah. Okay. Alright, now we're good. You want a super titania weapon or something?
He's probably fine. What's Nephany got?
Steel.
I guess you could give her some of Danved's shit.
Silver. I'm doing it backwards.
And you got 2 speed wings, and I really am not quite sure what to do with them. If you do want to bring Jill in when she gets here, then
Just
probably
speed
like
her
giving
up.
both to her is probably a good idea.
Yeah, I don't know. Everyone's gonna hit speed pretty fast.
Yeah.
Heal back. Just save them, maybe sell them later. Alright,
We did it.
we
menu
did it.
boss
The
has
menus
been
are
defeated.
done. Thanks for watching us menu, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for watching our stream. Thanks again for that raid from Welsish. Sure, if I'm gonna let you know, there's 2 chapters left in part 3, so
Okay.
we're gonna finish part 3 next time.
And then a
and
big
then
old part
maybe-
4.
Yeah, see what happens with part 4. We won't finish part 4, I know that much,
Yeah.
but we can get started.
When you want to get started, like Thursday, perhaps?
There's 4 left? That doesn't seem right. I'm looking at the... Unless there's just no hidden items for a few chapters. Let me see. Yeah, I think that actually might be the case. I'm looking at the... So I was just looking at like the hidden items, and it's like chapter 10, chapter 11, final chapter. And it's just 12 and 13 don't have any items, I guess. All right, fine. We'll finish up part 3 next time on Thursday. Sounds good.
Cool.
8 p.m. Eastern time. Thanks again for watching. We'll see you then.
See you then. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Bye.